Hello, 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 hello! It's your favourite neighbourhood birdie here once again with a YouTube exclusive. So, those of you that have been following along on Twitch will know that I have done all of Corpse Party Blood Drive on stream. And we cleared the game, we got all of the good endings. But there's a lot of other endings to get as well. And we did get a few of them as well, accidentally, through the playthrough. One in particular in Chapter 9 was a complete pain in the ass. I couldn't get away from that whenever I tried. That one wasn't my fault, but we'll get to it when we get to it. So, what this video is about is basically going through the entirety of the game and going after all of the wrong ends of the game. Now, if you're interested in storyline, that's not what this video is going to be about. The storyline is going to be in the previous videos, the copies of my VODs on stream, which you'll see in the playlist. So if you're interested in that, go watch that. If you're only interested in the wrong ends, then welcome. And also, if you are interested in any wrong ends for a particular chapter only, I will leave timestamps in the description below, so you can just click straight to them. So, let me start with the first chapter that has a wrong end in it, which is Chapter 1. Chapter 0 doesn't have a wrong ending. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between, I welcome you to a masterclass of how not to play Corpse Party Blood Drive. Okay, so starting with Chapter 1. So, there is a lot of shit to boost through here because there is only one wrong ending in Chapter 1. And annoyingly, in order to get it, we need to actually get to the gameplay first of all, and it is right at the end of the bloody chapter. So, yes, quick explanation of what the heck's going on here. Aiko here has found Ayumi Nishiki and told us that Heavenly Host still exists. She's after the Book of Shadows. Telling us a bit about the curse that is... Wow. Okay, yeah, nice to know that still, please. Yeah, so the curse that's affected the Shirazaki family. Going through that whole storyline. Heavenly Host still exists. You can't get there the normal means through the Sachiko Ever After, but you can get there through the Ever After stones that Aiko just happens to have. Learning a bit about family history, or the Shirazaki family history. Proving that the Ever After stones do actually work. And again, just need to get through this part as quickly as we can. So we actually need to get into the Nirvana proper. Also, because I don't think I said it in the introduction, obviously we will be speedrunning this, so there will be a lot of... There will be spoilers, potentially, here. Yes, so we are ready to go home. We're not interested in the rest of it. Fucking Ayumi just, you know, leaving her shit for her mom to pick up. Like, how uncouth of her. Yes, get past some of the, questionable content in this game. And we get Mizuno being a perv. I mean, you do what you do to get your kicks, I suppose. And Mom's like, what the fuck is going on? Talismans are being bought. Oh, and we need to go home with Yoshiki here, so we just run off to the right. Simple as. Ayumi comes to meet us, having had her encounter with Mizuno. Basically wanting to go to Heavenly Host now with the Ever After Stones, because Yoshiki managed to steal them off of Ayumi. Or not Ayumi, Aiko. Yoshiki is having none of it. Chucks them out the window and gets a slap for his troubles. Ayumi runs off, somehow manages to find the stones intact. Right there. And Mizuno begins to take advantage of us. But not before getting a force bomb in the first place. I knew what I meant. I'm not re-recording this, fuck it. So, yes, Mizuno and Ayumi are on their way to the Nirvana. And she receives the Argus Cube. And Ishiki gets left behind. And we end up back at Heavenly Host. Okay. Just gotta skip past this as much as we can. It's okay. Like a pomegranate, yes. That's fine. Right, so now that we're back in control, we need to go at the bottom door. Alright. There's now suddenly a clock installed in the wall, which definitely was not here before. Ayumi does the sensible thing of putting a candle down and her phone number for, you know, reasons. Now we need to go down, I believe. Yes, we do, because we need that loose board. That's fine. And then, of course, we hear the crackling around the corner. That's not a problem. We think it's Mizuno, but of course it's not Mizuno. But we will put the loose board down. Yes, I'm coming. Yeah, and it wasn't bloody anyone. Now I'm gonna let this cutscene play, or at least a little bit of it. Because this is where the wrong end comes. I did try to skip past that part. And we have Mayu! One of the people we came here to find, Mayu!
鈴本さん。私だよ。あゆみ。あなたを迎えに来たの。
Yes. I mean, we did try to revive you in Book of Shadows and managed to revive you without a face. Which probably explains why she looks like that. And yes, she's hostile. So, how did we get the wrong end on this one? Just let her kill you. And she bouts you for good measure. And pounds the everlasting crap out of you. And that's how we get the wrong end for Chapter 1. Just the one wrong end on this one. So, we'll see you in Chapter 2. Okay, time for Chapter 2, Respective Desires. Now, this is a weird chapter to begin with, to be honest with you. This one only has one wrong ending, and again, it is one that we got during the stream itself. So, this is taking place from Aiko's perspective. Aiko realizes that Ishiki has stolen the other half of the Ever After stones, but she still is a road pair anyway. She fantasizes about Sayaka Naho for reasons that are made clearer in the extra chapters. Kwon comes in, Sister Kwon, and you know, they start, you know, fooling around and whatnot. And Kwon gets the fuck out of there the moment she's told that no, somebody loves me, or I love somebody. Meanwhile, we have the asshole known as Inamaru, who's agreed to come with us because he wants to see Sayaka. Who can blame him, to be honest? Whereas we have Magari, or Magari, I'm not sure how he's the best way to say that. Who is about to attack us. Basically, she's like, stop messing with shit that you don't understand. Anyway, we're off to the Nirvana, Inamaru and I. And Magari, at the last second, steals the Ever After stones from Aiko. I still want to know where the hell she puts that thing. Like, she's got levels of inventory that rival Jill Valentine. And that's not a sentence that you should ever really have to say. Right. So at this point, we realize we don't have the Ever After stones. Inamaru spawns, just off to the side of us, which is handy. And panic begins to set in. So instead of lighting a candle, Inamaru has brought a torch. And he's an asshole. I mean, he's an asshole in general, but he's an asshole for doing that. Alright, so I can actually put my flashlight on now. There is actually a trophy for clearing a level without putting the flashlight on at all. definitely recommend chapter 1 for that. So, this is another tutorial level of sorts. Like, Inamaru goes in to use the little boy's room. And yes, there's a dead body. He freaks the fuck out. And Aiko has no problems running into the men's room. I mean, what do you say to that? Okay, so we've already got that name tag, that's fine. Yeah, it actually forces you to pick up that name tag, interestingly. So it's a game telling you, hey, you can pick up name tags. Now, I want to say there's a tripwire coming up. Yes, so we get the cursed flyer here. And it was a bad idea to do that. And we learned that we can get past that. We can get past the ghosts with talismans. Now we don't have. Well, we got a talisman. The game gives you one for free, which is fine. Which is fine. No sign of Ayumi. Yes, and the walls are now covered in blood. And this is the tripwire. That's the game teaching you, look before you leap. And I want to say there's another one. Yep. Now I'm going to switch over to Inamaru here. Because you can go into the girls' room. And you do need Inamaru to grab this plank. Or this board. So now with that plank, we just need to go all the way back. Carefully, if you can help it. Yes, to here. There's a loose board here, or the place where the loose board goes, even. There's another tripwire here, so be careful. That's fine. You see all the markings on the wall. Yep, they're all looking for the Book of Shadows, much like everyone else is. That's just a bandage. You don't need the bandage. That's just for safety more than anything else. Ah! Yes, I actually forgot this part was in here. Yes, the piano room. Which is back downstairs. Yes, you do need to explore it. That's okay. Inamaru is off doing his own thing. The piano was playing itself. Mozart is, yeah. Mozart is, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you do have to mash to get out of that. That's a forced tutorial. That doesn't actually damage you, but it does increase darkening. Boom, motherfucker. Okay. Itamaru starts to freak the fuck out. Sachi is having all kinds of fun here. And now he notices the body, even though you have to walk past it to get there. He's starting to freak the fuck out. He's starting to darken. Alright, now as I go, I need to speak to the ghost. The ghost being the body of which is right here. Alright, so now that we know we need to check the body, so we do just that. We get the wooden doll, and Aiko uses it on Inamaru. Very simple so far. Basically, that's the game's way of telling you, stop exploring unnecessarily. Okay. So now that we've done that kind of forced tutorial, we can continue onwards. Wait. Now I am going to take a quick save here just on this chapter because there is a trophy I want to go for here. And I nearly fucked myself out of it with this tripwire right here. Now, I can't get it on a wrong end. I think I can only get it on a true end, so that's why I'm taking the save. Okay, now we learn we have to go through that door. Carefully, because there is a tripwire. Aiko thinks she hears Daho, even though she's very dead. And in fact, it's just a bit of wind. That's all it is. A little bit of supposition. And suddenly we get the video camera, which we do need. Now, again, only girls can actually go in here, so you have to switch back to Aiko. And then the game puts Inamaru here anyway, so, nice bit of fourth wall breaking. Alright, and we hear a little bit from Taguchi, the pervert that he is. Sorry, did I say that out loud? Yep, so Taguchi's dead. No, sorry, Taguchi's crazy. Naho's dead, and Kibiki's dead. Alright, and all that's left for us is the final step of this. That's fine. We do have a talisman, so... That's fine, we just need to run past it. Okay, and now Irimaru gets the warning from Sayaka. Basically saying, stay away. He runs off ahead. And we get this conundrum. The conundrum of that closet. Now, there's two ways to get this wrong ending. I didn't realize it in the stream that there were two ways to get this wrong ending because I didn't realize there was a time limit. Either you make the wrong decision here, or you either make the wrong decision here, or you just let the time expire. This is probably a trap. Oh, she's right. She is absolutely right. When have you ever known Sayaka to talk like this? She would rather die than accept any kind of help from Irimaru. Probably. I mean, who can blame her? Don't stop him. Either let the time run out, or don't stop him. I decided to let Haruyuki go as I thought it unlikely I could stop him even if I tried. His devotion to Sayaka was simply too strong for me to stand in his way. A decision that will kill both of you. Also, I just love that he runs all across all that glass and whatnot. No problem whatsoever. Hi! Yeah. That happened. And Irimaru's dead. Go for the neck. I love the contradictory messages there. One being the real Sayaka, and one being the curse of the school. So of course, guess which one she believes. Yes. I looked down at my feet and found blood pooling between my legs. It's that time of the month. I was bleeding from the groin. It really is that time of the month. It was coming out so fast it was like a fountain. I hope you brought your feminine products. No, it's a bit more serious than that. It was getting more and more severe by the second. Soon I was practically wading in a pool of my own blood. A chunk of reddish-black flesh fell out next, landing with a mightier splash. Then a red one, an orange one, a white one, a black one. Yes, yes they are. I could feel another pool of blood welling up at the back of my throat now. My vision went in both directions, as if my head were split down the middle and opened up like a cedar cabinet. The world then blurred and faded away as I collapsed into the pool. Split in half, you say? Yeah, this guy did it. And that is the one wrong end of Chapter 2. See you in Chapter 3, folks. Alrighty, time for Chapter 3, Pain. So, a little bit of skipping to do, not too much. Naomi is losing the plot over Seiko. Trying to remember Seiko. She gets infected by Sachi's curse. Her mother goes apeshit. She sees the eye, and then is like, oh, what the hell is going on here? And now her mother wants to kill her. I mean, that's how shit normally works. I had to leave that one in there. Yep. Yoshiki and Satoshi are together. Yoshiki is very much just trying to, you know, not getting, just trying to get to Heavenly Host and not going to school in the slightest. But yeah, just gotta get past all of this mess. Alright. So at this point, Yoshiki runs off to do his own thing. Satoshi and Kwon find out that Naomi is looking like she's about to jump. And besides all that, we are back to Ayumi. Alright, so we gotta skip past all this. Yes, Mayu is still chasing after us until she gets to that point, and then all of a sudden it's like, nope, she's not. Anyway, we should give ourselves a once over in the infirmary, so we do exactly that. A little bit of a cutscene, that's fine. We put a candle down here, but what we're really interested in is the matches. Don't really need the bandage, I'm just taking that as a safety. And that's all there is in here. Alright. Now, I didn't show this off in the main game, so there should be stairs leading to the third floor over that way. They should. But whether or not they will go that way is, yes. Well, let's just go that way, shall we? Ah, the desks have been moved and the trail continues here. So that monster must have gone upstairs. Oh, well, this is the same, it's just a completely different way of going there. Whoopsies. Anyway. Now we want to go into, I think it's this, is it this room? Yes, it's this room, 3A. This is actually an optional cutscene. Yes, Sachiko comes in and saves her skin. Anyway, what we actually want is... Oh, that door's stuck, which makes sense because there is a hole on the other side of it. Anyway, we want to go further along to 2A, I think this is? Yes, 2A. Be careful. Not that one. Not that one. Ah, yeah, talisman. But it is a bit of a trap. The talisman is literally just to give you the jump, to save you from the jump scare. Because I've just used said talisman. And honestly, me using the talisman is not necessarily a bad thing. Anyway, we're gonna continue our sweep along here. Batteries here if you want them. We're not really using them, so that doesn't really matter. Now, classroom 1A. A couple of things of note in here. Neither of which is actually necessary, but still nice to have. Just be careful of the tripwire here. And there are some batteries here. And be careful of the tripwire here. You can go round that one, but yeah, Another talisman. Talisman's there purely as a backup. Anyway. Oh, yeah, so you can see I could have gone around if I really wanted to. Anyway, all of that was optional stuff. Where I actually want to go is back up is up the stairs that we were just at. Oh, come on, get your breath back, Ayumi. Okay, and now we can go into the boys' room here. Excuse me. I don't think there is actually anything of value in the boys' room, though. I mean, there's this guy just hanging, but that's it. Right. Now you notice this. There is a fuck ton of hair. Now you do need to come up here to trigger this cutscene. Back in the real world, Naomi, Satoshi, and Quan all meet up, and Naomi nearly kills herself from the what the fuck moment. Anyway, we find out it was all just a big misunderstanding. Or so she says, whether or not it actually is a misunderstanding is anyone's guess. We learn about her family situation at home. And she doesn't want to go home, so Quan takes Naomi to her home. And we reminisce some more as well. Anyway, Naomi taken care of. Satoshi now needs to run after Ishiki, who's gone after Magari. And she's a conniving piece of shit. Back with Ayumi. She very kindly gives us a new save point, if we so wish. Anyway, back down we go. And back down the stairs. Just watch your footing, because there is a tripwire here. Alright, can't do anything with that. That's fine. Alright, now that we've triggered that cutscene... Oh, yeah, I knew that was going to happen eventually. Now, I can go in there, I don't really want to. Now, be careful. There is a forced cutscene here. Now, this only spawns once you've seen the hair upstairs on the 3rd floor. Borshke's still looking for Bayou. He recognizes that we're here, but he's focused on a single solitary task. And to be fair, that's kind of how he died, so it makes a bit of sense, honestly. Anyway, where I actually want to go, we can go into this room. And technically this is optional. So there's the milk bun there. So you can take it with you, you can leave it, or you can eat it now. I'll eat it now. Because I did take that tripwire. Ayumi's health has been restored. Yes. You can choose to take that with you, and it will heal you a little bit if you want later. Oh yeah, watch the tripwire here. I had a failed take earlier where I ran straight into that one. You want to go into the custodian's closet and speak to you. Damn it, don't have the key. That's fine. My body's in the science lab, he has the key. Find him and get it back. Aww. It's okay. So, yes, apparently the science lab has a key. We'll come back to it, but we did need to speak to him. Alright. So now, with that done, we actually want to go upstairs now to the reference room on the 3rd floor. It will just take a second because Ayumi has decided to take a break in the most inopportune place. I mean, I can't say I blame her, but still, come the fuck on. That's fine. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Just takes a second to get where the hell we need to go. Watch the tripwire here. I have, no pun intended, tripped over that one before. Right. Now come round the gloop and talk to this ghost. You met him, didn't you? Fine, I'll let you pass. You can even have the key. Well, thank you. So, the corpse is holding on to the lab key. Alright. Simple enough. And we get their name tag as well. Right. Wait, that was close. Okay, so... no prizes for guessing where we're going now. Now, just take a second to get there, because... Ayumi is deeply unfit. Okay, science lab is on the 2nd floor, just here. Right, now we've got a bit of a trick here. Not much of one, but just be careful. Because... well, I thought there was a tripwire. Maybe not. Anyway, we need the alcohol lamp. And cutscene. Meanwhile, Magari is, having fun beating the snot out of everyone. And, you know, dancing. Too much sugar, probably. Sure as shit not enough clothes. Meanwhile, we're off to the Nirvana ourselves by Yoshiki grabbing her tits. No, really. Okay, wait, that was close. Right, now that we've got the alcohol lamp, we can come up to the 3rd floor. Okay? Now I'm gonna take a save here. Because this is where the first wrong end is. So, the door's latticed with human hairs holding it in place. There's no way through! You can use the matches or the alcohol lamp, but you do have to have both. And I swear to God, it looks like she sets herself on fire doing that. And now someone's coming. So, we're gonna get past all of this. Nobody's coming after all. Yep, so we tried to fill her water bottle, but there's nothing coming out of the sink. I know that we've opened this, and, you know, desperately needed to take a piss. The water starts spurting. Except it's not water, it's very bloody. And the room starts filling with blood, and I mean absolutely filling with it. And at this point, Sachiko tries to tell us, hey, go here! No, fuck you. Fuck you, Ayumi. I mean, Sachiko. No, we're done. Yeah, better hurry. And eventually, it does take a second. Eventually she drowns. And that is your first wrong end of this chapter. But only the first of them. So I'm gonna reload that save. So everything we've done up to this point remains exactly the same. That was the wrong item. Right. And just for concept, you can use the matches or the alcohol lamp. Does not matter which. Okay. So we do need to get past this part again, and this time we do need to actually survive it. Which is okay. It'll just take a second to get back to that point. So again, it'll just take a second. Working on it. Gotta get round here. There we go. And we end up in this secret room. And Yuki doesn't like us anymore. Can't say I blame her, to be fair. Yeah, nothing else in here. Now there is a loose board, which allows us to get back. There it is, yep. 2 seconds. Alright, now we need to go back to the custodian's closet on the first floor. I'll just take a moment to get back there, because, well, this shit always takes a moment, doesn't it? And you know, they never put fucking anything right near to where you need to be. How I didn't hit those spikes there, I have no idea. And how I didn't get grabbed there, I've also no idea. Whatever. Anyway, custodian's closet up this way. Simple enough. Alright. And now, there's a key here that was not here before. And that key goes right in here. Again, watch your step, because there are things that can kill you. Namely those. Batteries there if you want them, or need them. Bandage there if you want or need them. We don't care too much about that, but yes, we do need to examine that. Yep. Note the tripwire here too. Right. No. No. I need to remember what the heck I'm doing. I think I'm going up to the second floor. I think something has spawned now. Yes, something has spawned now. So yes, the voice seemed to be coming from inside this glass room. Yes, so we too shall go inside this glass room. And we have a spirit here. There is an item on the desk which we do need if you're going for the true ending. But we're going for the second wrong ending. Suddenly, there was a woman standing in the middle of the classroom. She had her back turned to me. As soon as I saw her, my phone screen flicked off, bathing the room in darkness. All I could make out beforehand was that this figure was female. No other distinguishing features. Oh, and she's dead. Right. Now, to get the true ending, you need to get out the room. Now, if you've got any talismans, this will stop her, but it won't kill her. If she hits you, however, that's how you get your wrong end. And yes, we've now obtained all endings of Chapter 3. See you in Chapter 4, my friends. Okay, Chapter 4, Pillars of the Six Demons. Quite a lot of wrong ends in this one. 5 plus the good end, to be precise. We got a couple of them before, but not too many. So at this point, Ayumi's using the will to live, having just realized that the Book of Shadows that she's been chasing isn't even fucking real. Aiko has been set alight by Sachi. We tried to put her out, and, well, that didn't go well. Mizuru has got our phone number and, you know, is just talking shit to us at this point. But he has told us, hey, we can get the, we can unlock the 6 pillars. Fair enough. So, first things first, we need these matches. That wasn't anything, so don't worry about it. I don't think there's anything new in this room. I don't think there is anyway. I mean, there's a name tag there if you're going for them, but we're not. Now, 4A has some items in it. It also has a tripwire, so be careful. Right. Talisman, we may need that. Bandages, no. I'm not overly fussed about the bandages. Alright. So we're going to run down here into classroom 6A. Not from this side though. Again, more items here if you want them. Not necessary though, but just watch your footing. Another talisman there. Not bad. We're gonna want to kill a few of the spirits, just to make shit a little bit easier for us later on. Now, if I come over to this sign, there's a third fucking talisman! Yay! Alright. So, first things first, we're gonna take these stairs up to the 2nd floor. And then just watch your step here. Now there is an item there. I believe it's bandages, but be careful. Well, it's a trap because there's a tripwire that I completely didn't see. That wasn't even the trap I was thinking of. Batteries. Actually thought a spirit was meant to spawn, but okay. That's okay. Now we are going to... Now we are going to trigger this cutscene here. Save point here if we want it. Given how many endings we're going for, it's probably worth my time actually taking these saves and reloading from them as needed. Alright. Now we're gonna want to get into this. Not that one. Into this one. Plus from 1A. There is something here that we need. I think. But for fuck's sake, be careful. I don't care about that. Anyway. We need to burn the matches and alcohol lamp combination again. Yes, we get the bird corpse. Unfortunately, we need it. We don't, however, need that. That's gonna happen. A lot. Anyway, we're gonna want to trigger this scene. Yes, we did need to trigger that. Because now that's spawned a couple of people. You can also come in here. I believe there... yeah, there is a spirit. But our reward is bandages, and, well, I'm not gonna say no to that. It is, yeah, the bandages are guarded there, though. Anyway, we want to go back the way, back into here, actually. Into room 2A. Oh, that's an evil tripwire. Now, if you're being chased, that can fall, so be careful. Now, there's batteries here. We really don't care. We really don't care about the batteries. What we do care about is this person. He wants the bird corpse. And they give us cheapers. Or tell us about cheapers. In return, we get the strawberry milk bun. Technically an optional item, but if you want everything, don't eat it. Just trust me, don't eat it. Alright. Now, from here, we're gonna take this door. And I'm gonna make my way up to the 3rd floor. Up to the reference room, specifically. Watch. I don't technically need to go this way, but I am just gonna break it in case I accidentally run into it. Knowing me, that will fucking happen. Also, speaking of accidentally running into it, watch that tripwire. Alright. Now come around here, we get the bandage. It's not bad. It's nice to have the fucking bandage, though. Is that all that was here? Yes, there is a spirit in here. So just be careful where you walk. Technically speaking, did not need to come up here, but covering all bases, you know. Right. We actually now need to go up to the 3rd floor staircase. And we're going to save here. This is the point where the first wrong end happens. So we're going to skip ahead here a little bit. Ayumi is losing the will to live, or at least that's what it seems like. Regrets not bringing Yoshiki along with her. But that's alright, Yoshiki's here anyway. Alright. The two of them have a bit of an argument. They try to headbutt each other a couple of times. And then... the anatomical model spawns. For some reason, it's always Yoshiki he goes for. Never anyone else in any of the games. It's always him. Alright. Now, you can make any choice you like here. You can even make no choice. So just to show both of them off. And we're left with a choice. Save him or run away. So we're gonna save him. And of course, Kizami, or the anatomical model, whichever you prefer, is now free to chase after us. Run, you say? Nah. Now, if you've got talismans, this will protect you. But if you let the anatomical model kill you, the oldest an anatomical model come to life, the oldest cliche in the book. But of course, nothing was too distasteful for Heavenly Host. It was there, and it wasn't about to show us any mercy. The skinless mass of muscle and bone that comprised the model's left arm had a firm, suffocating grip on Kishidoma's neck, and was using it to suspend in mid-air. I don't know why the voices aren't playing, but whatever. I tried to grab hold of the arm that was strangling Kishidoma, but it was coated in a layer of slippery, unidentifiable fluid. If I had any effect, it was only to annoy the model. I still kept trying, over and over, determined not to let him die. But ultimately that just led to me joining him in his fate, as the model lifted me up by the throat as well. Neither of us could breathe. We desperately gasped for any slight bit of oxygen our lungs could take in, but nothing was getting through. And then, accompanied by a single loud cry, the arms that held us spread as far apart as the model could manage. Ow! Before coming together at full force, violently slamming us into one another. That's not how sex works. It was like a toy monkey slamming two cymbals together, over and over again, relentlessly. Kishidoma and I were impacting upon each other's bodies at high speed. Giggity. The loose clumps of meat that were once me and Kishidoma were now forever part of Heavenly Host Elementary. With its added mass in tow, the school continued to pulsate silently. So yes, we didn't actually get that wrong end in the stream, but that's okay. Now we are just going to quickly reload that save that I made. And I'm just going to skip back to the choice. That would just take a second to get back there. I still love the music in this section, by the way. Stop trying to headbutt each other. Alright, back to the anatomical model. So what happens if you make the other choice? I'm gonna run away. Or, don't do anything. I didn't feel like I had time to argue or even think about my decision. All I could do was, as suggested, run. And yet... It doesn't matter either way, it's a non-option. Yeah, it's an odd option. It all leads to the same place anyway. Alright. I'm just running. Yep, we're still going. Whoops. Well, I have a talisman, it's okay. Alright. And we escape Kazami after a little while. So now we just need to skip past. Now, Kizami has gone back to wandering the halls. He's off towards the second floor west stairs. At this point, he learns about he learns about how he got here. He learns about Ayumi's stones going missing because Mizuno has them. So we're both stuck. It's fine. So, just need to get past Satoshi's section here. As, you know, weird as it is. Get comfy, this will take a second. Meanwhile, Kwon's trying to feed us pre-chewed food. No, seriously? The Nirvana flashes up. And now we need to run back up to the third floor. I'm going to run the long way so I don't trigger that thing again. And I'm going to take another save here so I don't have to redo that. I'll overwrite that one because we don't need it again. Anyway, we need to go back into the boys' room. And talk to this guy right here. We will give him the milk bun. Technically, all this does is it lets us into the music room later on. That's it. And that in turn leads to an aim tag. That's pretty much it. But we can at least unlock it for the future chapters. Now, I can't remember if we need to do anything in the girls' room. Okay, no, that's still spewing shit. Okay. Alright. Alright. Wait, that was close. Alright, so now that I've done that, I actually need to go back down to the second floor. And then I need to go to the science lab. Be careful, because I can't remember if there's a... Right. Now in here... Jesus Christ! I think I forgot about that in the stream as well. Now in here, somewhere, is a talisman. I want to say it's in here. There it is. God, that scared the shit out of me. Alright, so we're going to continue going south down to the infirmary here. Oh, oh God. Oh, okay, he's coming. I'll still save here, fuck it. Why not? I'd still have a talisman or two if I need it. Yeah, screw it. Huh? That was weird. Alright, fine. Now, there is a memo there that does lead to a cutscene, but we don't care about that. Why do we care about a shitty cutscene? God damn, he is on our asses. Wow, he is really on her. Alright, fine. Anyway, need to switch over to Ishiki. And get him to do a bit of heavy lifting. Alright. So the Argus Cube glows here. Which is fine. Now we're gonna run over to the second wing, which is open. And I'm going to save properly this time. It's time for our next wrong ending. Yes, it's coming down. You can get the name tag over there if you really want it. But what we're interested in is the wolf. Ah, but it is a pillar, my friend. Now this is an ending I absolutely saw coming. This is an ending that most people could see coming. I reached as far in as I could go. My whole left arm was now inside the statue. I was deep-throating a wolf. Literally. A wolf that's moving. Kishinuma was clearly feeling very uneasy about this, but he had every right to, especially given what he'd just seen from the statue that I completely missed. So, you can either make no decision, or let her keep digging. Either way, it bites her arm off. And that's your second wrong end. Quite an easy one to see coming, to be fair. So we'll just load that save that I made. And we need to go back and grab the pillar correctly this time. So I'll just take a second to skip past it. So, again, moral of the story, don't stick your appendages in... Oh, I nearly skipped it. Don't stick your hand in any weird holes. And that includes you, Yoshiki. But we are rewarded for doing that. We get justice. And importantly, the pump room key as well. Alright. Oh my god. Alright. Bless you. So the two of them are gonna towel off. Not like that. And we're gonna make our way into the second wing. Again, I'll just save so that we don't have to do that shit again. Now, if you want, you can... If you want, you can go all the way that way, up to the second floor, into the girls' room and go grab some batteries. Otherwise, you want to go towards the music room. Carefully. I think there's another one. Nope. Now, if you got the music room key, you can unlock it. As I said earlier, though... Yeah, I love it. As I said earlier, though, there's nothing in here, really. No items of much note. Apart from that, the name tag here for the Mages Guild guy. That's it. That's all that's in there. But again, yeah, it's there. Anyway, don't care about the organs. What I do care about is not the spikes. That's fine. I am actually going to take this save instead. Yes, and we now has the tentacles to worry about. That's okay, we're not worried about the tentacles. Instead, we want to go all the way up. Now, I'm gonna get rid of this guy, because he does cause issues if you don't. Same with the one in here. God damn it. But there is a talisman there at least. Well, I thought there was one in here. Maybe it's on the other side. Yeah, he causes problems if you're not careful. So at the very least, I wanted to get rid of the two of them. Who can blame me? The one out here especially. I can't remember... Yeah, now, I want to watch where I'm going here, because there is a tripwire over there. And a bandage there as well if I'm getting too heavily damaged. Now, we need this axe. Oh yes, he's not very happy with us taking said axe, but we do need it. Now, I'm just going to do this so I can get rid of him. I just hope he didn't see me go in here. Doesn't look like it. Ah, crap. Sometimes they do get stuck on this one, I've noticed. He doesn't know where I am, but he also can't go anywhere else. Ah, fuck it. Eh. Oh well, he's dealt with, that's the important part. Anyway, we are going to grab the steel axe and use it on them. Now I'm just going to quickly hop back out of here. and take that save again. Partly to heal, but mostly because this is where the next wrong end is. So yes, we need what's in there, in the tree. We can look around as much as we want, but yeah. So, turns out I actually did this wrong in the stream. I'll explain what I mean in a minute. Yeah, I skipped past that a little bit too fast, but whatever. You're just jealous that we're alive and you're not. The murmurings of vengeful spirits could be heard all around us, and mixed in with them was a dull tone that resonated through my body like a ringing in my ears. Kishinuma must have heard it too, based on his reaction. All the colour had drained from his face. Like a record player needle skipping, the faint, unpleasant tone continued to repeat, over and over, echoing within us. I felt like if I stayed any longer than I had to, my head would burst. I was hyperventilating.
なあ、俺たちはどこにいるんだ？教室だよな。
少なくともこの世じゃないところよ。
Both of us were trembling, and even Kishinuba's breathing had become erratic. The trepidation that rocked us down to our cores was something that couldn't ever truly be described. If you haven't felt it, and I pray you haven't, you'd never understand. Part of it, most of it probably, was due to the fact that we were literally standing in a place that operated on its own logic. Nothing we'd ever learned or experienced applied. I focused my attention back onto the wooden plate by the roots. There was a charm hanging from it, fashioned out of a wooden plank bound with thin rope. The rope was looped over its surface into a perfectly patterned mesh, giving it a texture that looked much like a bird's feather or a bee's nest at first glance.
なんだそれ。
インディアンのお守りにも見えるけど、でもあまりポジティブな感じはしない。
My breaths were coming in short, choppy bursts at this point, but I had to keep working toward my goal. I clenched the charm in my hand, biting my lip and preparing for the worst. And the worst arrived. This is how we get to our wrong end. Let them attack you. If they hit you even once, regardless of what your health is, you're dead. I quickly pulled back my arm and looked at the spot where the ghost had touched me. It was turning purplish red. My legs then began to shake and I fell to my knees, unable to keep my balance. The pain in my arm was unbearable, and the skin was beginning to bubble and produce a noxious odour. Yummy. The tainted skin liquefied completely and slid off my body. I was rotting and falling apart at an alarming rate. I could feel shots of agony from every single nerve ending in my body, and my knees were soaked with urine I could hold in no longer. You should have gone to the bathroom when you had the chance. On top of it all, the putrid smell of my own rapidly decomposing body was beginning to numb my brain, preventing me from fighting back in any way. Once the corrosion had reached my throat, my vision began to run, and my head felt like it was about to snap off under its own weight. Then, before losing my ability to see entirely, something peculiar happened. The world began spinning around me, and the floor was growing closer and closer. Just before losing consciousness, the world stopped spinning, and I could barely make out one final image of my own headless, blackened body falling apart. Yes, by my running past them earlier, I actually got incredibly lucky that I didn't get this wrong end then and there. But that's okay, because we still have plenty of wrong ends to go for in this chapter. So we're going to reload that save again. We're going to come back into the art room, and I'm going to show you the correct way to do this. So I'm just going to skip past this part. And I'm going to skip past this part. Now, watch what I do here. This is the correct way to do this. I'm not moving. At all. Yep, that's all you need to do. Do not move. I lucked out by managing to run past one of the ghosts in my stream. But yeah, you survive that by doing nothing. Anyway, we get the next crystal, Honor. And then one thing that I completely missed out on for the longest time is that fucking crowbar. And with that, we are done in the... Oop, that's not a door. We are done in the second wing. For now, at least. I'm just going to... So I need to get back to the main wing at this point. Now that I've got the crowbar and the pump room key. Way, that was close. Yep, so definitely want to save there. Now I'm going to warn you, this is going to get loud. This will get loud in a moment. Ow. So I'm gonna get the painful one out the road now. Oh god, there's a thing. Ow. Oh shit, this one's locked. Okay, it must be the other one first then. It's fine, I don't think they know where I am. Yeah, they've stopped following. Alright, that's fine, that's fine, it's fine. Yeah, so... Yep, let us get the crowbar used. So, back in the shower room, as lovely as it is. Just gotta skip past all of this. Now I am going to take a save here. he did. Anyway, we've got to get past this part into the pool proper. Anyway, there are 2 name tags here if you want them. One down that way and one at the complete opposite end. Have I got the... Wait, have I got the... I'm missing an item. Hang on. Bugger it. I've messed up a little bit. There's one item I forgot back in the, I completely messed up. There's one item I missed back in the, second wing. Now annoyingly, I have to chase after, Ayumi to get her back here. Because I can't leave this area for the moment. Okay, there we go. I got her back. Yes, nothing I can do about this right now because I missed an item. Hey. This is gonna be fun for editing later. I could pause the recording, but I'm only gonna pause it for a few seconds. Anyway, I need to go back up to the second floor. Because nobody believes in having music and you having art downstairs. Even in my school, the music room was on the top floor. And even when they did move it, it still went to the first floor rather than the ground floor. Yep, so I did miss an item in here. Quite an easily missed item, to be fair. The gym key. So, back I go. Come on, Yoshiki, put your back into it. Well, yeah, I said your back, not your feet. I will take this save, though. Alright. Come on, breathe. Unfortunately, I'm out of talismans, so I can't even deal with that ghost. There might be one in there, but I ain't going in to get it. I was about to say, she gave no shits. Right, yes, this is going to get loud, folks, so, this is your audio warning. So, yes, the gym. We do need to clear this out. And, of course, get a boost. The reason that we can't do the pool first is because we need a loose board. And we can't reach the pump room without the loose board. And the loose board isn't here. Oh, shit. I was too busy looking away from my screen there for a second, just looking at my notes. I was like, I'm sure there's meant to be more here. I'm just holding the button like an idiot. Still haven't figured out what this pillar is even meant to be. I mean, apart from fucking weird. Anyway, we need to make our way all the way up to the top of this pillar, or as close to the top as we get. And cue the loudness. And cue the hands. You might not be able to hear me in this next part. I'm gonna probably boost my audio, my microphone audio, when it comes in. Which is any second now, just to warn you. Right, so I've boosted my audio here. Hopefully it actually works. I won't know until it comes through in the audio itself. All I need to do is get pulled in. That's it. That's all I need to do. And just like that, I die. Ayumi dies. Sand began to pour into my mouth and nose, immediately preventing me from saying another word, or, more importantly, breathing. The more I tried to resist, the more the pillar pulled me in. The sand was now in my eyes and felt like it was seeping into my skull from there. The pain was absolutely unbearable. The weight of the material pushing against me quickly began cracking my ribs and collapsing my lungs. There was no escape anymore. I was already gone. Yeah, it's fucking weird. That one we did get, because I accidentally ran out of sprint at the wrong time. Alright. Back to that save. Now that I actually have the fucking gym key. And, yeah. There's still more wrong ends to get. Seriously. You didn't hit me, bitch. Right, let's do this properly this time. Again, more audio content warnings coming. We shall just give it a minute, because we need that pillar, and we need, as I say, we need the plank in here as well. But we can't get the plank without the pillar. Yeah, I was actually paying attention this time. I wasn't looking at my notes. Still, I question Ayumi's sense of self-preservation. Like, if it's getting to the point where things are trying to pull you into it, why would you run around the outside? Why would you not just jump off Yoshiki's right there. He could fucking catch you, worst case scenario. Alright, recover. Okay. I'm just gonna walk this last part because I do need the full thing as much as I can. Okay. Right, audio warning. Any second now. Don't sink, Ayumi! Don't sink! Way. I'm trying to get past this part as quickly as I can, I promise. There we go. Except I think there is a little bit more coming. Or is that later? No, it's now! Yes, we got the Crystal of Victory. Meanwhile, Naomi and Satoshi have noticed that the shit that we're doing in the Nirvana is starting to have an effect in the real world. And they tried to go into Heavenly Host, but they can't do it through the normal means anymore. Instead, we have the whole Mochida Spring. Fucking hell, I can't speak. Mochida Springs bullshit. And, yeah. It's weird. Let's just go with that. Yeah, we learned a little bit more about Miss Kwan, who somehow knows how long she has left to live. Like, how does she know that? Like, how can you possibly know that? Right, I'm gonna go back in here. You might chase me. Oh god, you are chasing me. Shit. I didn't think you could chase me in here. Are you coming? Where'd it go? Oh, fuck you! Ah, I tried to catch it. That didn't quite work. Oh. Alright, I just need to get to the pool. Wow, she's not coming. I won't question it, I'll just go with it. Alright. Well, we've already done most of what we need to do at the pool. I just needed that fucking board to do the rest of it. So now I can take that save without any hard feelings. Yes, so we know what we need to do is at the poolside. Alright. Well, we have a loose board, so let's use it. And we have the key as well. God, they really want to make sure that this is the last one you do. I mean, you need the friggin' crowbar to get the nail filler. You need the... which you can only get after you get one of the pillars. You need the key to unlock that door, which you only get after one of the pillars. And you need the wooden board, which you can only get after the third pillar. Right, anyway, let's go join now Ayumi on the ice. Which by all rights should not exist, but whatever. Corpse party go to corpse party as well, I'll consider that. Anyway. The ice cracks and we are in a pool of blood. For some reason, Ayumi seems to attract pools of blood in this game, I've realised. That's 2 in this chapter alone. Or, no, not this chapter. Right. So, the next wrong end. Pretty easy to guess what it is. Get caught by the tentacles. Through the murky water, I saw only fleeting glimpses of Kishinuba, and he only saw fleeting glimpses of me, with tentacles protruding through my chest and pulling me under. Ouch. I've been completely impaled, multiple times in multiple places, and died virtually instantly as one of the giant squid's razor-like limbs penetrated my heart. I'm presuming the same thing just happened to him. Now it says we've obtained all the endings of Chapter 4, but that's because the last wrong ending I already have. Because we got it on stream. We're not quite done yet. So, let's go back and do that properly. So, back to this part. Where is it? Those part. So again, we just need to get back to this part where everything's frozen over. Join Ayumi on the ice. Seriously, she is a fucking death wish in this chapter. This time we're going to survive this. Hopefully. To be fair, as long as you know the route, it feels like they give you a lot of time to actually get out. kind of just have to feel your way along. Oh god. There we go. There we go. Like, what the fuck is this thing even meant to represent? Like, I haven't figured that part out yet. And now it's back to its old murky self. But we got the thing. Agari's gonna steal it off us, unfortunately, but we did get it. They all start having arguments and, you know, all that shit. Anyway, as I say, she takes it. Because she's a bitch. And then runs off because she's the bigger bitch. Yeah, exactly what he said, that bitch. Meanwhile, Ishiki runs off. And Kishiduba runs off. No, you idiot. Anyway, we end up back in the second wing. And we're like, bastard, where the fuck are you? This is where the final wrong ending is. So we look around, we see there's now a pool of blood where there was no blood before. And so it should. So if I can show this off, I'm going to show this off. Because this is ridiculous. It was the enormous man I'd seen before passing out when I first arrived here at this new heavenly host. It's probably even the same one that nutted, Aiko in that particular wrong end. The giant who stood before me wore a steel helmet and was spattered with blood all over his body. He swung his giant axe at me. Its blade alone was easily the size of a human body. I dodged his swing, but the floor of the school where it struck was utterly destroyed on impact. If that thing had hit me, there'd have been no chance of survival. Speaking of survival, run away, survive for 60 seconds. No prizes for guessing what the wrong end is here. But if you try to escape... surprise! Another red helm spawns. So we'll take the stairs. Nope, that's number 3. Oh, they keep coming. Oh, they definitely keep coming. Yep, music room 2. And they do come out of that stairway as well. But I ran out of stamina, so I couldn't show that off. But oh well, whatever. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4. One coming out of the stairwell. 5. I want to say there might even be more than that. Like, there might be one in the girls' or in the boys' room. And there might be one that comes up the top floor as well. I actually don't remember. But I wasn't going to check either of those because, well, that would have trapped me. But yes, I looked down to see my pelvic bone hit the ground with a dull thud, followed by a series of plops and a red vapour, as all the viscera and internal organs inside me piled out on top of it. Yes, and that is the final wrong end of episode 4. Of chapter 4, sorry. Oh, don't worry. We're nowhere near done. See you in chapter 5. Okay, time for chapter 5, Breakdown. And after the slog that was chapter 4, this one is not too bad. Just need to skip past the cutscene, because they decided to throw a cutscene at you for some reason. The walls of the Nirvana are breaking down, and its influence is starting to have an effect on the real world. So it'll take a little bit before we get to the point where we can actually... Hi! It'll take a little second where we can get to the point where we can actually start working towards these endings. Now, Chapter 5 has 3 wrong endings. 2 of which can be obtained quite quickly. The third, once you actually get to the point where you can play, that is. The third, not so much. But we need to get past all of this. Quan dispels all the ghosts, because that's just the kind of girl she is. Of course, in hindsight, we know that everything that's going on up there is because of Ayumi, but Satoshi and Naomi don't know that at the moment. I don't even think Quan knows it either. And yep, she's got her own set of River After Stones. Although hers are, for lack of a better term, manufactured, rather than the other two that were just there. Anyway, into Heavenly Host they go. Satoshi and Naomi end up together. Quan is separated. Not overly so, but yeah. And yep, they definitely know they're in Heavenly Host, and woohoo, Satoshi brings a big ass flashlight. Alright. Time to begin. So we're just gonna go straight out. And they see Quan over there. Oh, I thought there was a... Now we can't go straight to her. But we are going to grab the bandages, just as a safeguard. That's all it is, it's just a safeguard. Probably shouldn't have run over that, but whatever. Okay, now the only way to get to Miss Quan is to go down, round, and up. I see. Yep, just be careful there. And here. We're not at the point where we can get any wrong ends yet. They're coming. We just need to put in a little legwork first. Also, that is an evil tripwire. I actually thought there was another one. That's why I was being so cautious. Okay. second. Just take it easy. And we go grab Kwon.
はい先生
I forget if I actually need to go in here. I don't think I do. Ow. Mulligan. Yes, there is another bandage in there if you want it. There's also an item in the music room I forgot to pick up. I want to say it's talisman. Anyway, the three of us meet up, and Sachi begins to have a bit of fun with us. Meanwhile, the real world's still going to shit. Yuka and Satsuka are Satsuki even are accosted by Mizuto. And speaking of accosting, we run into Ishikida. Now, this is where things start to change, so be very careful.
戻ってやらなきゃ篠崎が心配だな
Hayasuza.
この
So this is the first wrong ending. Don't fight her off. No, really. It really is as simple as that. That's the first wrong end. Let Azusa grab you. Don't fight her off. Alright. So, second wrong ending is actually pretty close. Pretty simple. We just need to fight Azusa off again. And actually fight her off this time. Oop, I mashed a bit too early there. Alright. And now we have to escape these two. So, one thing I'm going to show off that I did... One thing I didn't show off last time. If you're quick, you can get into here. Now, it doesn't matter that they see you. But, yes, you can try to escape them in here. And a cutscene plays.
やべえ まさか匂いでわかんのかこいつ
You sure about that?
ナイトくんナイトくんいるんでしょ開けて
なんだこいつさっきから誰と間違ってるんだ
に体を乗っ取られて操られているの。
There was definitely a part of me that was ready to believe her. Now, open the door. Or, oh, don't open the door.
こんなもん信じられる
Whoops.
かよ。
So, if you don't open the door, this happens. I covered my ears and closed my eyes. Unsurprisingly, everything got really quiet. But it stayed that way, even after I lowered my arms. As far as I could tell, the presence was gone.
あれもしかして行っちまったのか。
Nope. Yep. Yep, they literally throw you out of the closet. Yeah, they're strong as fuck. The anatomical model seemed to have lifted the entire cabinet and chucked it to the ground, ejecting me from it and leaving me exposed. And then the chase continues. Ow. And your only escape is the locker room. So this gets back to where we were before. This leads on to, like, future endings. So since I've done that anyway, actually, no, I don't want. I was gonna save here and then reload later, but no. I'm gonna reload that save now, and I'm gonna show you what happens if you do decide to believe them. I just need a second to get back to it. I keep mashing too early there. Right? Oh god, she might actually hit me. Okay, got away with it. Whee! Alright, so, what happens if you believe her? What happens if you actually decide to come out of here? Alright, we'll believe her. Unlocked all images in the gallery of spirits. Yes, so this ending actually does give a unique artwork that doesn't appear anywhere else. You actually do have to go this method for this ending in order to get all of the artwork. Because otherwise you don't get that. Yeah. Oh, lovely. Yeah, she straight up murders you. Now, that ending, that wrong ending, you can also get it without ever going into the closet. You can get it just by having Azusa kill you regularly. And that's what happened in the stream. So, yeah, that happened. But we are going to do this correctly this time. And I'm not even going to bother with the closet this time. If I'd been smart, I would have taken the save when I had the chance, but I was not smart. Yeah, Zuzu's off her fucking rocker. Oh shit. That's fine, that's fine. Now, obviously, they will not chase you into the pool room. And that's fine. I'm fine with that. Now, I am just going to take a save here. That's okay. And we're going to go into the pool. Now, I need to quickly go... Wee. Need to go around towards the pump room now. And, you know, just confirm that Ayumi is no longer here. Back with Miss Kwon's group.
今の
委員長の声
Yes, apparently Ayumi is here. Yeah, the fucking tripwire. Now you want to run up here.
私たちの先生じゃ
Bitch, you are not our teacher. This is another one we got during the stream, but I will show this one off. So, eventually we hear Ayumi basically chastising Miss Kwon.
篠崎お前どうしたんだ
And the flashlight goes out. So she's inside classroom 6A. And Kwon goes in, and boo! All that's there is a head.
先生面しないであなたは偽物私は認めない
And Satoshi follows us in.
ダメ入らないでサトシ
And
君
Kwon warns us, don't come in. Do as Miss Kwon says? No, we are going to ignore her. Oh, shit. Whoops. Give me a minute. I hit the wrong button. Let's try that again, shall we? We're gonna ignore her.
先生痛い
And of course, he immediately notices Ayumi's head on the desk.
サトシ
As does Naomi when she comes in.
二人ともここを出て早くサトシ君
はいナオミ出るぞ
Ah, but it's too late for that.
大丈夫サトシ君横
And the arms are back. Fortunately, no music accompanying them. Mere inches from where I was sitting, numerous hands were reaching up at me from the floor.
立って二人とも早くこっちへ
Then all of a sudden, Miss Kwon's head broke apart into pieces and exploded outwards. I guess your watch was wrong.
先生くそなんだよ何が起こってるんだよ
Oh yeah, and then a spiritual red helm for good measure. And suddenly Naomi ascends to space.
ナミ
Naomi had fainted and was completely oblivious to anything that was happening to her. Probably for the best.
ナミ
I tried to run over to her, but her body began floating off the ground, higher than I could reach.
この者の罪を清めたまえ。主は言われた。枯れた木には隠れられない。天国の父よ、全能なる神よ、不浄なる魂に憐れみを。主よ、この者を打ち据える一振りの剣をお与えください。
この声は何だ。何が起こって。
How's that for one strike? A primal scream erupted from Naomi's floating body, followed by a spray of blood and viscera, and she was literally ripped into 4 pieces. The entire room was now very red.
ちくしょうちくしょ
Oh, don't worry, Satoshi. You'll get your turn momentarily.
う。ナミ先生。
Told you. I realised too late that there was now a presence behind me. What followed was the strangest sound I'd ever heard, and the strangest sensation as well. An axe had pierced the door behind me, striking me firmly in the head and splitting me cleanly in half. The room spun in opposite directions. And then it was all over. And what else is all over is all of the wrong ends for Chapter 5. So, yeah, see you in Chapter 6. Chapter 6, The Book of Shadows. Only one wrong ending in this one, and it's actually quite simple to get it. So at this point in the game, Ayumi has unlocked 4 of the 6 pillars, although we only have 3 of the 4 crystals we've unlocked, because, you know, Bagari is a bitch. Oh, yep, so we want to avoid the red helms here. And we need to get in this door. Over towards the mirror. Now there's a couple of ways to get this one. Now it doesn't matter what you do in this first option. This first option does not matter in the slightest. Because you have to remove the cloth anyway. Now, the only way to survive this option is to use the Argus Cube. But there's multiple ways to get this ending. Three, to be exact. Well, no, four. Nothing but my own reflection stared back at me. Give me the item. Yes, so the Ayumi in the mirror is wanting the Argus Cube, and that's how we get out of this, alive. And Sachi appears behind us. I stared into the glass, dumbfounded, as a shadowy figure in a black dress appeared right behind me, shrouded in an eerie mist. Now I'm going to show off the ways that you can get this wrong ending here. So, the figure held a hatchet in her right hand and was raising it into the air to strike. So, let's try stepping away from the mirror. It doesn't work. My neck split open from the phantom impact and blood spurted out. From the corner of my eye, I could see Sachi in the mirror, swinging her hatchet down on me again, and despite my best efforts, I couldn't move a muscle to dodge. She continued to hack at me again and again. Whenever the hatchet struck me in the mirror, my wounds grew bigger in reality. This was most definitely not an illusion. In the next instant, my vision spun 360 degrees, my head corkscrewing closer and closer to the floor. I heard and felt a loud thud, followed by a painful roll until I finally came to rest. I now had a perfect view of the ceiling. From behind me, I could hear the sound of blood gushing into the air from the gaping hole above my neck. I only had a few seconds of sight left before my consciousness would fade completely. And in those seconds, my sight was already beginning to blur. But just as the darkness was beginning to set in, someone approached my head, crouched down beside it, and stared directly into my failing eyes. It was Nakashima, drenched in blood, with a satisfied look at her face. I tried, with every ounce of will left in my body, to get even just that one single word out. But there would never be any movement or sound from any part of me ever again. In what was to be my very last moment of life, Nakashima's face removed itself from my line of vision. And then, briefly, I saw her shoe coming towards me. There was a spinning sensation for a split second. And then, finally, unceremoniously, I was gone. So, yes, that's what happens when you try to back away. It just doesn't work. That's also what happens if you don't make a choice at all. Now, that is the only wrong end for Chapter 6. But I'm also going to show you what happens if you take the other wrong path. So, it's right at the start of the chapter, fortunately. So, let me... Again. Let me just get back to the mirror. Alright, so what happens if you instead try to swing at her? So, if you try to use an item and then back off, nothing's happening. What am I supposed to do? So if you use the wrong item, or you don't use any item, this happens again anyway. Exactly the same. I actually hit the wrong button. But it's nice I can show that off as well. Alright. Let's press the right button this time, shall we? Right, let's try that again. Press the correct button. Alright? Try shaking her off. Yeah, that goes about as well as expected. Yep, the only difference it makes is Ayumi in the real world has turned around to face us. That's the only difference it makes. So, yes, that's the one wrong end of Chapter 6. Now, Chapter 7 and Chapter 8 do not actually have wrong ends. But boy, 9 and 10 make up for it in spades. See you in Chapter 9. Okay, Chapter 9, Imperator. Imperator? I haven't figured out how to say that word. So, by this point, we have completely ruined Bizuro's plans, and, you know, the school is starting to crumble in on itself, or expand, sorry. Now, there are 5 wrong endings in this one, and quite a lot of them have actually... you have to go quite far into the chapter to get any of them. So just bear that in mind. Now, what I am going to do as well is there is an achievement in chapter 9 for taking out all of the ghosts, all of the phantoms in this level. There's 8 of them total. So I'm going to work towards that, because I haven't got that trophy yet. So I'm going to be going out of my road for talismans. And that's the first phantom right there. And that's literally all I need. I don't need to worry about the light or anything like that. And we just need to run into the main building. Possible audio warning here. I think this is where it starts blasting again. Oh, no, I'm thinking of a different chapter. Right, second talisman is here. That's okay. There is this. Hey, that was close. Oh, surprisingly hard to see. Right, second phantom is up here. Alright. Now from here... Oh, northwest, sorry. From here, we want to go to the bomb shelter door. And then they all go into the bomb shelter. And at this point, we switch to Ayumi and Aiko back in the bell tower. We will, honest. It'll just take a second to sprint past all this. Yep, Ayumi welcomes us by puking, as is tradition. So, Ayumi and Aiko. We're going to be playing as them for much of the chapter. That's fine. We just need to get down the spiral staircase. Which, as I complained about in the main streams, I wish they would let you have infinite sprint in rooms that don't have enemies. Especially the large ones. Anyway, we need to go down to the second floor. And there is a save point here, which I'm gonna take. I don't need it right now, but that's okay. Oh, hi.
ありがとう、愛子さん。だいぶ楽になったわ。一人で歩ける。
That's okay. Wait, hang on. Talisman 4? I was Talisman 3. But be careful if they're trying to get your test race. Right, okay. That's sorry. That's just that was just my notes being a little unclear there. It's like my notes went talisman 1, talisman 2, talisman 4. Here's where you get talisman 3. It's like, oh, jeez, okay. Anyway, we need to go this way. Magari gives us Naho's hairpin, and she'll eventually give us the Book of Shadows as well. Aiko has a bit of a breakdown with the realization of Naho's hairpin, realizing that yes, she is truly dead. Anyway, away she goes. I gotta be careful here because obviously the third spirit has already noticed me. And I don't have the third talisman right now. Alright, so it's over here somewhere. There it is. Yes, we need that there, absolutely. Ha! I actually escaped it! But I don't want to escape it, I want to exercise it. I could have also gone this way, because there's the fourth talisman. Yeah, my notes were not clear. Anyway, now we are done with the main building, so we need to make our way down to the second floor. But of course, the layout of the school has changed a little bit, so we actually have to go this way. Okay, so we'll take you out as well. Okay, down to the first floor. So we've already taken out half of the people that we need to. Half of the phantoms. I could not think of the word for a moment there. And at this point, we need to go to the main building. But, too busy looking at my notes there. And we get probably the most infamous line from the most infamous character in all of Corpse Party. Apart from the similar line in the first game. Now, it is entirely optional to go up that way. You do not need to do it. Unless you're going for the interaction for the soulful testimonies of the EVP, but we already did that in the main game, so we won't be doing that here. So, we want to take the left intersection here and go up the stairs, which actually leads to classroom 6A. Way, that was close. And here is the fifth talisman. Now, the fifth talisman we're going to use straight away. Yeah, there you go. So you do have to run over that for it to spawn. I think that's the one I ended up not getting in the stream. But anyway. So we want to leave the room again. And this ow. And this time we want to go up these stairs on this side. Right, now there was a save point up here. And I'm going to take this save point here. So that door does not exist. Nor does that one. Oh, but this one sure does. And we can actually get the first two wrong endings right here. I still haven't figured out the cipher for this one. Like, 2309-1405 does actually, if you put it into alphanumerics, it translates to the word wine. But I still haven't figured out why the solution is what it is. In any case, the first wrong ending. Examine this hole. Even the Book of Shadows warns against this plan of action. And we're gonna go in.
何やってるの？無茶しないで、あゆみちゃん。許して。魔女じゃありません。
I slowly squeezed my way forward, wedging myself in a gap beneath the floorboards of the room next door, the room from which I'd heard the voice of this unfortunate-sounding woman.
この者の罪を清めたまえ。主は言われた。枯れた木には隠れられない。
I made it. I was underneath the room, and as far as I could tell, I'd managed to slip in undetected. That's gonna last long. There was a light on inside, which had made it much easier to get my bearings. And there was a fairly sizable hole in the floor above me as well, making it easy to observe what was going on, albeit from a less than ideal vantage point.
この娘は池に落とすと浮かばずに沈んだ。不浄なものの証である。
Right, yeah.
なんということ。
神よ、この者に降臨され、地獄の豪華をもって、この娘の汚れし魂を浄化させたまえ。
You know, it's surprisingly easy to be able to float on water. Just saying. Just lay on your back. Your body does the rest of the work for you.
おお、主のご意志が私をお守りくださる。悪魔の手先を打ち倒します。
And Ayubi's an idiot.
何者か。
こちらから声が。
I instantly regretted having raised my voice. Yeah, you would have long to regret it, don't worry. The villagers were now staring directly at me.
神父様、ここにいます。けだものの手先が。
引きずり出せ。
出します。
出すんだ。
離して。
姑息なやつめ。
悪魔の手先だ。魔女の証があるはずだ。
悪 ありますな、この者の首に。
The villager pointed to the scar left behind from the incident at Yoshishitazaki's estate.
主の名のもとに滅ぼしなさい。アーメン。
The villager was now on top of me, brandishing a silver knife. He was forcefully thrusting it towards my face, absolutely determined to make contact. I blocked his advance with my hand, but he kept driving at me full force, over and over again.
Amen.
Each time he swung down, the knife pierced my hand completely, and a fresh wave of excruciating pain shot through my entire body. My entire existence was pain at this point. My mind went blank and my voice trembled. Each stab made it exponentially harder for me to put the necessary strength into my arms to continue shielding my head. And when that strength inevitably gave out, the knife finally struck its intended target, the scar on my neck. The blade was then traced over the scar, slowly and methodically. My ears were filled with the sounds of flesh being torn and blood spraying haphazardly, echoing both from within my body and outside. And that, as they say, is that. So that's the first wrong end. So, we're going to load that... Hang on. So, we are going to load that save again. Wrong door. We're going to load that save again. We're going to come in here again. And instead of going down the hole, or going in the hole, sorry, we are going to cut down the left body with the steel axe. Which is a decidedly bad idea. The axe cut through the rope handily, but was too rusted to do much more. It more or less fell apart as soon as the body dropped, rendering it unsuitable for any further tasks. Which was unfortunate. The eyes of the still hanging corpses suddenly began to glow. And the one we cut down stands up. And then the body I dropped stood up, nonchalantly and with seemingly little effort. Immediately and without warning, it lunged at me. Yes, generally not a good idea to cut down royalty. So that's the first two wrong endings right there. Now I've got a little bit of work before we can get to the next one. Not too much though. So instead of going into that room, because we need the second axe anyway, we actually want to go into classroom 1A. I want to be careful here, because I think there is a tripwire in here somewhere. Yes, if your darkening's getting a bit low, you can restore it. There's the tripwire I was thinking of. Now be careful, there is another one that I nearly walked straight into. Is there a third one? No. Bandage there. And we don't care about the black moth. That's fine. That wall does not exist. Okay, I thought there was actually a thing in here. It's not. Talisman. Speaking of which, do I have any talisman at the moment? No. Okay, now I wanna just take it careful here. Tripwire here. And I believe this is batteries. Okay, we want to go... What is my... Now we don't want to go to the third floor yet. Go to the east hallway. Talisman 6 is next to the locker. I think the next spirit is in there. Oh, no, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. There it is. That's what I was looking for. Okay, next to the locker, talisman number 6. We are going to immediately use talisman number 6. Right here. Okay, now from here, we actually want to get back down to the first floor.
Naomi.
Yes, we do have this cutscene with Seiko, because I didn't come this way previously. That's okay. It's because I came out of the custodian's closet. I could have gone the other way, but meh. Just be careful because I couldn't remember if it was a tripwire. Anyway, we want to come down to the main entrance. And we actually end up at the Shibarajaku apartments. I know I've butchered that pronunciation. I know for a fact I've butchered that pronunciation. Okay, now we want to have a look around. I think it's this way we want to go. Nope, I went the wrong way. Fuck. I know what I've done. I know what I've done. I know what I've done. We do need to go that way eventually, but not yet. That was, my notes are misleading me. I need to go back up to the second floor. Oopsies. Sorry, it's back this way. Science lab won't open. Infirmary won't open. Watch your step, because I think there is a tripwire here. That's why I'm taking it slow. Oh, no, there's not. Okay. Okay, yeah, so this is where I want it to be. So, talisman number 7 is here. But if you open the right door, or try to, phantom number 7 spawns. So, yep, you can immediately deal with them there. Don't go in the door. Instead, just go back down the stairs. Hang on, 2 seconds. Right, now I want to go down the path that I was going down. I mean, I had the right idea, I just did it a little too early. Oh, come on, get your Get your shit together, Ayumi. Yeah. So, right idea, just wrong direction. So, I am gonna take a save here. And we need to go in this door. So the bottom door just loops you. So at the back is the second steel axe, which we do need to be able to unlock the door in this room. Alright. Now, if you try to go into the hole here, it makes no difference. Boom. That's literally just a jump scare. That's all it is. Kind of evil if you think about it. Anyway, this will warp us back to the cupboard. What way? And now from here we want to go, is it up this way? Yes, I think it is actually. Yes, so back into this room. So we need to cut down the middle body. And the right one. And that unlocks the lock in the other room. So now we need to make the loop back through the apartments again. Alright. So at this point we should have 7 of the 8. 7 of the 8 talismans and 7 of the 8 phantoms done. I just need to double check I'm not missing any more wrong ends before I continue onwards. No. Okay, so the rest of the wrong ends are with the other group. So again, I'll just take that save here. Technically, it would have been easier to make the save coming up, but whatever. So once we've unlocked this door, and once we get to this door, we immediately switch to the other party, who are on their way down to the bomb shelter. No shortage of name tags here if you're going for them. And yes, the bomb shelter has had quite the transformation. So we'll just skip past all of the torture scenes. And it does seem like, for whatever reason, most of the people being tortured are women. And I don't know what it is with this. But, I don't know what to make of it. It's just what it is. Right. And again, more name tags here if you want them. Now I'm going to take this save here, because this is where things get a little complicated. So first things... I think that's just batteries. Yeah, so first things first, don't get hit by the axe. It is an instant kill, and it's not even a wrong end. Now, I need to get in here, because I need the dark crystal. There we go. Right. Now, where is it? I need to come in here. And in here is the final talisman. So, and then right here is the final. Where the fuck are you going? Yeah, so that is the final. That's the final phantom you need to worry about. And here we get the den key. Now, a lot of things are going to happen in quick succession here. So I'm going to come in here. This is the room where Mizuno is, you know, faffing around while Ayumi's doing her thing earlier. And we get the light crystal and a save point. We're going to be reloading for this save a fair bit, actually. So, we're going to go for the next wrong ending. So, the next wrong ending. Try to cross this threshold. Really is as simple as that. Now, this one we got during the stream. And I figured I got this one on the stream, but, well, morbid curiosity and all that. So, there's supposed to be 4 people in this party. There's supposed to be Satoshi, Kwon, Naomi, and Yoshiki. Where's Yoshiki?
Yoshiki, 後ろは大丈夫か？
やめろー。
Yoshiki、
やめてくれ
おい、Yoshiki！
どうしたのサトシ？
見殺してやる。
Yoshiki がいない。Yoshiki！どこだ？返事をしてくれ！
I'll say they did put a lot of effort into this wrong end. Like, there was actually quite a long script for this one.
キシヌマ！返事をして！キシヌマくん！さない。どこに行ったの？こんなところではぐれたら。私、どうしよう。
とにかく、一度戻ってみよう。
もうやめて！
And now Kwon's gone.
Yoshiki! くそ、どこに行ったんだ？
キシヌマ！こんな時にふざけたら怒るから！さっさと出てきなさいよ！
They ain't screwing around. We listened for a response, but heard absolutely nothing. Save for a heavy, pulsating sound that echoed through our heads like a ringing after a loud concert. I wouldn't know.
Naomi, 大丈夫か？
服掴んでていい？
話すなよ。
先生も。
And only now do they realize she's not there.
先生？やだ！先生！ゴーン先生！
どうしたナオミ？
いないの先生！さっきまでここにいたのに！
なんだって？
And then, suddenly... I still love how they turn in opposite directions, by the way.
私、あの声。
やめろ。やめろ。
ヨシキ！ヨシキどこだ？
サトシ！
あっちか！
反響してよくわかんない。
俺にはあっちから聞こえた。行こう。
Definitely does sound like it's coming from the left, to be fair. Though I do have directional audio, so that makes sense.
陽介
Kishinuma's screams of pain sporadically punctuated the silence.
あの扉今開いたよな
An uneasy feeling ran through me, manifesting itself as a shudder. Satoshi and I cautiously entered the cell, though we both remained close to the threshold. From there, he shone his light inside. It was a tiny cell with red runic letters written all over the wall. And standing all the way in the back was Miss Kwan. With wide, frightful eyes, she was staring directly at us.
先生
Satoshi lost his footing, nearly toppling over. The floor was extremely slippery. It took me a second, but I soon realised what he was reacting to. Miss Kwan wasn't watching us. She wasn't seeing anything anymore. Her body wasn't standing under its own weight, but rather impaled in place with 4 wooden spears. She was gone. The substance Satoshi had slipped on was the blood pooling on the ground from her now lifeless body.
なんだよこれ
I turned around to see Ishiki, dead as well, his throat sliced and his tongue ripped out. And now he's gone. I looked down. I was still holding Satoshi's hand. But that's all that remained of him. The rest of his body was gone. I dropped Satoshi's hand and ran out of the cell in a panic. Without his flashlight, the only thing I could see was a distant light. My voice was trembling, my feet unstable, my mind a blank. All I could do was run. That was the only thing left for me. The source of the light was a solitary bulb in another small cell. Have you not learned anything from these games? Never run towards the light! Especially when there's bear traps involved. Immediately upon entering, however, I found myself caught in a bear trap. It closed on my ankle, which triggered a cord that pulled me into the air, hanging me upside down from my now critically injured leg. Seriously though, how the hell do you get your skirt to defy gravity? Just saying. The feeling was excruciating as my entire body weight was pulling the steel blades deeper and deeper into my ankle. I kept moaning and screaming as I swung there, hoping to capture someone's attention. But no one came, and there seemed to be no easy way to free myself. I needed to conserve my energy, to save my screams for when I knew they'd be heard. Or at least, that's what the little part of my mind that was still functioning kept telling me through all the internal anguish and searing trauma. But no one was coming. That much was certain. I had to do something to escape from this agony. Though it went against every instinct in my body, I bit my lip and forcefully contorted myself in a last-ditch attempt to reach my ankle. Unfortunately, my hand just wouldn't reach. And on top of that, I could hear, and very much feel, cracking as my ankle bent under the force of the steel jaws. I lost the willpower to maintain such a painful posture. My body fell back into an upside-down vertical position, and the force of the sudden fall caused me to start swaying more. The steel blades were merciless. Tears were flowing from my eyes, drool from my mouth, and blood from my ankle. My head was going blank under the intense pain. And the worst part was, there was absolutely nothing I could do. I was completely and utterly helpless. As I screamed, I saw people who looked like medieval villagers surround me. They were looking straight ahead, as though they were intentionally averting their eyes to my suffering. The expressions on their faces were somehow very off. What I was seeing was like an otherworldly vision. It was neither heavenly host nor the world I knew. I had absolutely no idea where I was anymore, nor what was happening to me. In the next moment, a violent crashing sound echoed through my brain, and my field of vision began to shake and turn upside down as I lapsed into unconsciousness. I couldn't make out exactly what it was, but something like a crowbar came at me with tremendous force. Every bone in my body vibrated, and I could feel some of them grinding together under the sudden impact. It was not pleasant. The vibration only lasted a moment, however, but the ground was now approaching, and fast. With a thud, my vision spun. I could see the feet of the villagers surrounding me on all sides, along with my own lifeless, limp arm draped across the ground. This was immediately followed by blood pouring down before my eyes like a waterfall. And then, nothing. So yes, moral of the story, see black smoke, don't run into it. Now, there's still a couple of wrong ends that we need to get. We are still not done with it. So, we are going to load this save again. I already grabbed the key, didn't I? Yep. So, I need to make my way back to the den. This is just going to take a second to get back there. I'm just trying to think of the best way to do this. Up this way? There we go. Again. So we come into the den here. We will find 2 pillars. Okay, and they do have to go into particular... Okay, so they do actually have to go into specific slots. I didn't know that. So the light crystal goes in the left one. The dark crystal goes in the right one. I thought they could go either way around, but I guess not. And we need to make our way back again. Ooh, that was close. Back over here, and I'm going to take a save again, because this next part does get a little complicated. There's still 2 more wrong ends to get. Actually, no, I don't need to save here. I don't need to save here. You see here that this pathway's now gone, or like the warp point's now gone. And more importantly, this pathway is now accessible. So we'll just skip past that part. We're being taunted by Sachi. This door opens, and all of a sudden, we have a look around, and we find Yuka, who Mizuro brought in a couple of chapters ago. Because he's a bitch. Although she does seem a bit catatonic. Right, now this save point is very important. So I'm going to take it here, because I'm going to need to adjust some settings after I get this wrong ending. And you probably saw it in the stream if you were watching, but if not, I'll aim to show you why. The moment you leave this door, or leave this room, sorry, you'll notice the outside world has changed. It was, but not anymore.
そうだと思うけど。
どう見ても壁だよ。
見て。あれ。
The wall's moving!
少し動いてる。いけない。このままだと閉じ込められるわ。みんな逃げて。
おいおいおいおい。なんだよそれ。行くぞ。
So you have to run down this way, and yeah, this is the problem you have sometimes. But to get the wrong end, you need to let the wall catch you. So, there is still one wrong end to get, but I need to get past this section in order to get there. Now, I need to change a setting here, so give me 2 seconds. I'm going to pause the recording just for a moment while I change that setting. Okay, setting has now changed. And you will see why, you will see fairly quickly what the difference is now that I have done that. So we are going to reload that save. And then we're going to do this again. So, run. Just run. You see how much smoother that went? So give me 2 seconds to put that setting back to what it was. Alright. So what the issue was there is the refresh rate of the game. For some reason, if you run this game at a refresh rate higher than 60 Hz, you can't get through that gap. I don't know why, you just can't. So for that section and that section only, I put it lower than 60. I put it to 60 Hz. It's actually 60.32, but whatever. Just something to bear in mind if you get stuck there. No, we're not done here. Keep running. And we end up in this room. And we are now trapped, yes.
でもあのままいたらみんな潰されていたもの。仕方がないわ。
Not wrong.
まさかこのまま壁が迫ってきてとかねえよな。
A tremendous wave of anxiety washed over all 4 of us. And as we were trying to figure out what to do next, I found myself tripping over a sharp stone by my foot. It was in the shape of an arrowhead.
なんだろうこれ。
So we've got the arrowhead there.
サトシ、
I'm just gonna skip ahead a little bit here. Because this is where our final wrong end is here. Yes, Sachi is still with us. Naomi has getting another vision in her infected eye. And boo, Sachi has actually possessed Yuka. and has begun attacking Satoshi. And pissing on him too. So here we go. So yes, with that she began strangling Satoshi. And we're left with a decision. Everyone tries to rip Yuka off, but it's just not happening.
これは
離れねえ。すげえ力だ。
And then she disappears. Just like that, she stopped. Or rather, the spiritual aspect of her vanished from her sight. Still not done. So, I mean, the presence of Yuka herself is still very much fading as Sachi. But it's a losing battle.
Yuka! 頑張れユカ！手を離せ！ユカちゃん！
And she's back. If this keeps up, Satoshi won't make it. Well, that'd be bad, wouldn't it? And you're forced to use an item. Now, the item I used was a sharp rock, thinking, oh, we'll stab Yuka with it. And it turns out the sharp rock is the correct item to use. But if you don't use an item, or if you try to use the wrong item, this happens. That won't do any good at all. What do? Satoshi won't hold out much longer. True. Kishidama and Miss Kwan were both desperately trying to pry Yuka's hands from Satoshi's neck, but all I could do was stand there dumbfounded. I felt utterly useless. Satoshi's face was warped in pain and turning blue. It was almost unbearable to look at him, but I couldn't turn away. Yuka's skinny fingers dug into Satoshi's throat with a strength far exceeding what such a tiny body should have been capable of. His eyes began to roll back into his head and he was foaming at the mouth. His strength was virtually non-existent at this point, and his entire body was starting to spasm. Yet, despite the thrashing, Yuka continued to strangle him with every last bit of force she could muster. In fact, she seemed to be getting stronger and stronger with each passing second. A deep and distinctive sound rang out, and all at once, Satoshi went completely limp. Every single one of his bodily functions instantly ceased. Satoshi! Someone screamed his name. Those who tried desperately to remove Yuka's hands from his neck were losing strength and hope alike, having failed at the most crucial part of their rescue. They fell back. And even though he was already gone, Yuka continued to strangle Satoshi. His skin broke and his muscle fibers were beginning to snap apart like piano wire. Satoshi's neck and Yuka's hands were stained a deep crimson as the blood drained from his body. Yuka's eyes were full of tears, her nose was bleeding, and the strain of the strangulation was causing veins to pop up all along her head. And yet, she was smiling. Finally, Satoshi's head was separated from his body. Triumphant, Yuka twisted her own head 180 degrees, impossibly and fatally gazing upon the three of us. Or rather, specifically, upon me. And with that is all of the wrong endings in Chapter 9. Now, for the endings... for the achievements where you have to get the, we have to take care of all the phantoms, and there is another achievement for getting through the chapter without exercising any of the phantoms. You do have to get the good ending to unlock those. So I'll do that off screen, and I will meet you back in Chapter 10. Chapter 10, Reparations. And it has the final 4 wrong ends, all of which are obtained via Aiko and Ayumi. Well, Ayumi specifically. Alright, so we want to go through the door that we just unlocked in a moment. We actually want to double back first and now go in the hall. Because we will need this loose board. By the way, you can't go back into the main school, so don't try. So we're just going to skip past this section. We learn a little bit more about Aiko and Kwon. I forgot her name for a second there. Because what horror game would be complete without bra shopping? You know? Right, now if you're going for name tags, you want to make sure to check this. Oh no, it's the later mailbox. Sorry, it's the later mailbox. Can't go that way, so the only way you can go is out the main entrance. And there's a save point here, so we are going to take it. Because if we go forward, the Nirvana is starting to really break down. And at the top of the screen, Inamaru suddenly appears. Now you can choose to just ignore him completely, but for the first wrong end, we want to investigate.
Aiko-san, どこに行くの? あれはあの気配は
And he's still pissed. I mean, darkening is permanent, so yeah.
よかった。私、あなたに。
Two ways to get this one. So, Inamaru starts killing Aiko. Inamaru had been completely overtaken by the darkening, his hatred transforming him into a feral beast. His mouth was now slit on both ends, giving him a disturbing, almost fox-like appearance. With speed and precision, he beelined right for Aiko's neck and bit deeply into it, with obvious intent to kill. So what do you say we let him kill her?
間を奪ってしまって今殺して
I mean, we've got her consent.
愛子さん
I caught up to the two figures where I found one seemingly trying to eat the other. But eat, not eat out. So you can either do nothing, or just say, you know what, kill me.
私は逃げちゃいけない
Well, considering he's picking you up, though you really can't run from this.
ダメよ悪霊愛子さんを離しなさい
I brandished the Book of Shadows in front of me like a shield, attempting to intimidate the attacker.
離さないとあなたを破壊しますいいの私これでみんなと一緒に
And with that... With one sharp, violent spray of blood, Aiko's head fell clean off. Tears of blood were streaming down from Inamaru's eyes. The beast then turned his focus on me.
みんな死んでしまえ。そうすればまた会える。また元通り友達だ。
Inamaru lunged at me, mouth agape. I didn't even have time to scream. It only took a split second before it was all over. Now the funny thing is, it is entirely possible to completely skip this ending. Like, completely skip it. As I shall now demonstrate. So, we've got this cutscene again here. The Nirvana's breaking down. Inamaru appears at the door. Now you can go out that door and, you know, choose save me. Or you can just ignore him entirely. There is absolutely nothing stopping you from just doing that. Alright, now that last one did trigger the bomb shelter, so we just need to back up to the tower. And we do need to climb the tower. Slowly but surely. Very fucking slowly. We'll get there eventually. Honest. There we go.
遅かった
So at this point, everyone has arrived at the seventh pillar. And everyone prepares for the end. We learn that Mikari's stones are actually damaged, and Kwon's are not charged yet. So the only choice we have is to destroy the seventh tower. Which Kwon decides to do herself. but at the cost of her own life. Everyone else gets out of here, apart from Magari. But Magari then follows shortly afterwards. And with that, everyone's gone. But she gets some parting words with Satoshi at least. And a lot of them end up somewhere. Meanwhile, Aiko and Ayumi, oh, wrong door, end up here. They're still here. Now we've got a locked cabinet door here. And name tag there if you want it. Now this door actually leads to the B wing of the building. Now, if you're wanting all of the name tags in this chapter, make sure you grab the glass ball. You also need to make sure you have the talisman from earlier. Do not lose it. You end up here. And if you come into the rec room, which is definitely seen better days, and examine this. Thank you for killing me. I'm going to die now. Goodbye. She spawns and attacks you, but the talisman is used to get rid of her. She drops the tiny key. Now, that's the only way to get the tiny key. Make sure you get it. Now, in here is 5 sets of documents. Futhark documents. You don't have to collect them all, but it's worth your time. It's worth your time analyzing them. So I'll just demonstrate that here. So the soldier bore witness to the slaughter and came to deplore it. The witch on the skewer died with naught but hate in her heart. Mothers, peer upon thy kin, hug them tight to hide thy deplorable acts. The Lord says thou shalt rebuke this massacre and meet hatred with reason. Thou canst guard against the pike, merely smile when others look upon you. So you think that this is actually giving you the solutions to the fates that are coming up? Well, yes and no. So yes, in that we have 10 Futhark words. But no, in that slaughter does not come to deplore, skewer does not compare to hate, peer does not compare to hug, rebuke does not compare to reason, and guard does not compare to smile. What you want to do here is you actually want to split them up into their individual phrases. Almost like 50-50. So you're actually looking at, I have notes about this, give me 2 seconds. Where is it? Here we go. Yeah, so you want to split these up into their own components here. So, the soldier bore witness to the slaughter. That's the first part. And came to deplore it. That's the second part. The witch on the skewer died with naught, but. That's the first part. Hate in her heart is the second part. Mothers, peer upon thy kin. First part. Hug them tight to hide thy deplorable acts. Second part. This is the clue, by the way. You can see it's very specifically split into 2. The Lord says thou shalt rebuke this massacre. First part. and meet hatred with reason, second part. Thou canst guard against the pike, first part. Merely smile when others look upon you, second part. Now you want to match now with this, you might have noticed a theme. 5 of the first parts match up with 5 of the second parts. So, for example, so 5 of the parts match up with 5 of the other parts. So, for example, here, it's not necessarily first part to first part, though. Just bear that in mind. So, for example, when you combine them here, 2 of the documents talk about murder. So, put them together, you get, the soldier bore witness to the slaughter. The Lord says thou shalt rebuke this massacre. Thou shalt rebuke this massacre. Where is it? And came to deplore it. Yes, the soldiers bore witness to the slaughter. The Lord says thou shalt rebuke this massacre, and came to deplore it. Hug them tight to hide thy deplorable acts. So there's 2 that talk about deplorable acts. Now there's 2 that talk about being skewered as well. The witch on the skewer died with naught but, and those can't guard against the pike. They don't necessarily have to make sense, but you do have to match the 2 together. 2 of them talk about hate. Died with naught but hate in her heart. Meet hatred with reason. Mothers, peer upon thy kin, and merely smile when others look upon you. So, with that, that is actually how we get our 5. Yeah, so that's actually how we get our 5 comparings, if that makes sense. I do have a cheat sheet here. If I remember, I'll link it in the description as well. But Queen will later ask you questions, and the answers are based on what you've just worked out with these 5 Futhark documents. It's not just, oh, this is on one of the documents, I must do the corresponding one on the same document. Not that simple. Quite evil, actually. Anyway, let's get back out of here. Now, if you've got the small key, and if you're going for the name tags, and if you've got the small key, come back, or the tiny key, sorry, and open this. There's a small depression in the back of the cabinet, seemingly custom designed for one specific object. That specific object is the glass ball. And this door across the way seems to have a different air about it, an entirely more menacing presence. Very true. Everything we just did there is entirely optional. We can get through that door without doing that. It is entirely possible to go through that door without doing what we just did. I'm just gonna take a quick safety save here. But if you do it, one name tag is lost to you. Right, so I'm gonna turn my flashlight off here, because this can get a bit tricky. Because there's like 3 helms, red helms here. We have to get past them. Easier said than done. Especially considering you are right where I need to be. That's fine. Now, once you get to the end, they disappear. So you're safe on that one. But this name tag right here is not available if you don't go for it. Now, I'm going to take a save here because this is where all of the remaining final ends are. Like all of the remaining wrong ends, sorry. So, point of no return. So we're just going to skip past this. Aiko's going to learn that she's entirely useless from this point onwards. We get a face full of crows for whatever reason. Ayumi reunites with everyone else and immediately tries to separate from them. And yes, all of the final ends, sorry, all of the wrong ends are, or all the remaining wrong ends, I should say, are related to the Queen boss fight. Which I didn't understand at the time, but now that I've given the explanation from earlier, it makes a little more sense. Although I did have to look it up, I admit that much. So, we get our 4 protective charms here, which is relevant to the 4 lost souls that we have, i.e. Seiko, Mayu, Moshige, and Miss Yuri. That's what the 4 spirits actually are. So, let's get the first of the wrong ends. So yes, I hope you paid attention to those documents. So, wow, I actually got that right. Haha! Oops, I got that one wrong. Now, if you get it wrong, or if you take too long, you start losing these guards. Now, you need to hit her 5 times. Now, I'm gonna let them kill me here. As I say, if you take too long, you get attacked. Okay. Oh god. There we go. Now, if you hit her 5 times, the fight is over. But this part, I believe, plays the same. I believe it plays the same. So I'm just going to skip past it. Now, you'll notice this time, when we did the stream, I defeated the Queen, and I still had, I think it was 2 spirits left. I absolutely lucked into it, just saying. Absolutely lucked into it. This time, I have defeated the Queen, but only just. That is important. So I think this part plays the same. Yes. Oh, yep, this is different. This is different. Notice everyone's gone now. I sighed again and looked around me. Yes, everyone except Satsuki is gone. The only distinctly visible thing nearby was a large pool of blood, and standing right in the middle of it was a girl wearing the same school uniform as Yuka, i.e. Satsuki. She turned around and looked at me, sobbing uncontrollably. Her eyes were pitch black and her entire countenance seemed somehow off.
あなたは中等部の制服だね。ねえ、みんなは
Does that answer your question? Satsuki licked her lips with the speed of a lizard. It was the sort of movement that no ordinary human could possibly accomplish, though it happened so quickly that I was kind of doubting what I'd just seen.
さっきここにみんないたでしょ。ねえ、この血だまり何？
It was only after I'd asked this that I heard a voice from behind me.
あゆみ。
Huh? It looked like something had bitten off most of Megari's body from the waist down. Her flesh was tattered, her organs exposed, and blood absolutely everywhere. I fucked up.
シナプスが壊れてる。こいつ逃げなさい。
I had no idea what she was talking about. Then, in a flash... Yeah, that thing. Not quite Terry's chocolate orange from this angle, but not far off. Satsuki's head split apart like a blooming flower, or a cherry's chocolate orange, and the creature lunged directly at me. And just like that, my head was bitten clean off my body. And the rest of me just plopped to the ground. Chewing and crunching sounds echoed throughout the empty, otherwise silent space as Satsuki enjoyed her freshly caught meal. Yeah, so we defeated Queen, but because we did it with no spirits left, we get that wrong end. So yes, even winning the fight, it doesn't mean that you've got the true ending. But it does unlock some EVP entries for Satsuki Bizahara. And apparently that was the only one I was missing. Okay. So yeah, we'll save the system data. And now we will redo that fight. Because the final two wrong ends involve losing the fight. But losing them in particular circumstances. How everyone got up to this level to become a pool of blood, I have no idea, but, oh well, we're here. So again, we just need to start the fight. So just take a second to get back to that point. So we've got our 4 protective spirits again. Alright, so this time I need to make sure I hit her at least once. At least once. And then I need to lose the fight. Oh, whoops, I got it right by accident. Bang. Fight over. No, I hit her once. And she just straight up explodes you. Yeah. But what happens if you don't hit her at all? Well, we're going to find that out together as well. Again, we just need to make sure we get back up to that point. And then I need to make sure I don't accidentally do what I just did a moment ago. I have to make sure I get them all wrong. If there's any jump cuts in here, it's because I accidentally got one right, but yeah. Alright. So I need to make sure I get this wrong. I need to make sure I get this wrong again. And this one. That's definitely wrong. That's definitely wrong. That one's definitely wrong. Right. Fade over. And you notice this time, we aren't just exploded. So, we actually get a new cutscene. I suddenly realized that my vision had gone completely dark.
篠崎さん
Mayu! I turned around at the sound of Suzumoto's voice, and there she was, Mayu Suzumoto, with a warm blue glow. Not trying to eat her face, unlike the very first chapter. And it's the other 3 as well.
あゆみちゃんずっと見てたよ
Shinahara, Morshige, and Miss Yui were there too.
みんなこれ夢頑張ったね 何度も立ち上がるあなたを見て、先生ずっと泣いてたんだよ。
もういいんじゃないか。
Isn't it about time?
みんな生きてるの？
Nope. Shinohara shook her head.
ほら。
See? The marks on her neck from the noose that had killed her were still present and accounted for.
生きてはいないけど、みんないるし、いいかなって。
We're dead, but I thought I'd just pop in for a quick chat.
これは死者と共に永遠に暮らせる世界を作る邪術、ランド・オブ・コープスだわ。妖精さんにもできなかったこと。ここなら授業だってできそうだわ。
Meanwhile, back at Kisaragi,
よりによってこの術が成功するなんて。もういいや。
yeah.
それでね、岸沼くんがさ、超おかしいでしょ。
In a dark room surrounded by skeletal corpses, I stood and I spoke with my friends. I was happy and content and lost myself to this sensation of camaraderie that I'd so missed. The morning never came. It was perpetual night here, but I barely even noticed. I was ready for this eternal existence with my dear departed friends. And with that, we have the final wrong ending of the game. And we even unlock some social testimony from Miyuki Sawashiro, presumably for getting all of the endings at this point. And with that, folks, as I go into the options here, in the ending list, I haven't done the chapters 5 through 8 yet. Yes, there are 8 of them, not 7. I'm going to do that as a separate recording because this one, even after the editing, is going to be long enough in of itself. So look out for that as a separate video, probably after this one. And until then, folks, I will see you again, whether it be watching, whether you be watching the VODs here on YouTube, or if you're going to be watching the streams live on Twitch as and when they happen. Wherever I see you, folks, take care all.